the fuck is it? Our internet must be acting up then. Or it's my little brother still downloading shit, which could be the thing. Which is actually very likely. So... yeah, that's a problem. Hate fucking updates so much. Stream will bog in a second here too. No? According to my phone, upload's a little bit lower, but that's correct for... why the fuck are you doing stupid shit then? Huh. Okay. It appears as though it's smoothed out now. So let's go ahead and get this going because I can't wait much longer, otherwise we won't get this raced. Anyway, the last few days we've got it pounded with snow where I live. And I'm talking total accumulation that's sitting outside my house right now is at least a foot of snow. At least. Which is the most snow I've ever seen in a single compact form or in mounds on my house's, area. So it's not that it's abnormal for my state. It's the fact that we've got it so much in such a quick form that I've had to do a lot of shoveling. And this race is going to be really taxing on my shoulders.
Welcome along then to the North
And so was that. So the last 2 days my dad's been home because he hurt his back. Yesterday he was home because he would have never got it out of the driveway the way our roads were yesterday. So that was a thing. So that's why my stream has been delayed. I do apologize for that. But there is literally nothing I can do to change it. So we will just go ahead and get this race underway.
Okay, our system checks are good. We need to stay in formation and start bringing the car up to temperature, please. Get some load into the tires.
Now the game did have a small update on Monday. And that update didn't really do anything per se. But it's one of those things where I'm glad that Codemasters has taken the time to do everything that they can to give us the game that
Weather is looking good for now.
that they wanted us to have and everything. They wanted us to have this game. And I'm very glad they did get it to us. But I'm disappointed in them in the way that I wish we would have gotten Nürburgring, the Netherlands, or Nürburgring, Imola, Turkey, Portugal, all the tracks that we ran this year. And by the looks of it, considering the season for F1 is only a month away, I don't think we're going to get it. And I'm very disappointed. I am very, very, very disappointed in Codemasters in that. That said, I understand their reasoning,
The rest of the
I
group is
understand
forming up.
why.
Be patient and watch for the lights.
but it doesn't change the fact that this game doesn't represent what the 2020 season was, so therefore it doesn't sit well with me. "10:20 in the morning is start time.
Okay, that's a good start. Keep it up.
Like, I love this game so much. Like, honestly, if Codemasters just did an expansion for this game instead of, making the 21 game, and just did like a $40 expansion or $50 expansion, I'm pretty sure a lot of people would actually buy that. Believe it or not. If it included, the 2021 season, the 2021 cars, and all that stuff. But did it change anything that was already in the game? Outside of the track list. So by buying the expansion, you would then have the new track list. The only problem with that becomes your career modes would break. And that would be a small issue. Not for me per se, because I've already won, 5 championships on my verge of 6. Although something I'm not liking is how close fucking Leclerc is to me right now.
That was the fastest lap of the race. Keep this up.
No, I don't like how close Leclerc is to me right now. Like, it's not making me feel confident in my car. And like, I'm doing everything that I did in the previous race run of this before the game fucking crashed on me. And Leclerc was nowhere near me when I did that run. And now he's all over my rear. Like it's nothing, and that's what's terrifying me.
We pretty much burned off our excess fuel. We'll be back on target soon. Don't wait too long to turn the engine down.
Like, I love this game for so many reasons. But, like, it's just... I guess you could say after so many races that I've ran, I've kind of got into that point of just, you know, being that, yeah, it's great, but I'm bored now type state. But like, I'm not like actually bored. I'm still enjoying the game quite a bit. Like, it's just getting to that point where now, you know, although Leclerc, get off my ass, please. Like,
Some information on Leclerc. They're slowing down.
thank God. There's the fucking mechanical failure I forgot about. The thing I needed to get the pressure off of me. I completely forgot about that. Because I already have a 4-second gap over Verstappen because of obvious reasons. Back off the engine now. Begin backing off and let's focus on winning this race now. Those first 5 laps though, those were tense. And I mean, this is going to be a tense race. I don't mind being stuck where I am. I don't mind being behind, you know, traffic and all that stuff. What I mind is being pushed by someone who should not have the pace that he does. Because we saw what Ferrari had in 2020. They did not have the pace. And honestly, I don't expect them to have the pace in 21 either, to be fair. And with Red Bull taking over the Honda Indian program, although Honda is staying on for technical support, all teams are locked into their engine for this year. So basically, last year's engine is the same engine they have to use this year regardless. Which does not bode well for Mercedes because of the mechanical issues they had towards the end. But again, reliability issues and that stuff you could work on through the off-season to get past. So I'm sure Mercedes will figure it out. Although, was it this week or is it next week that the car unveils start happening? Because I'm really curious to see what the Mercedes car will look like for this year. Because I have a feeling it's gonna look similar to their Formula E car, where it's a mix of black, silver, and the blue pinstripe. Which, by the way, if you didn't know, that blue pinstripe is not only for the sponsor that's on the mirrors. It is for a different reason, too. But it's a reason that I'm pretty sure everybody can respect in every which way besides the American media. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say on that front. I'm not getting political on that front. But Mercedes is a team that I have backed from day one. You know, not just because of Lewis, but because of Toto. The biggest reason why I actually back the Mercedes team is because of Toto. Not because of Lewis, not because of Bottas. That said, how many more years do I see Lewis racing? Minimum of 2. Minimum of 2. I see him getting his 8th title this year, and I see him going for his 9th with the new car. To tie a friend of his, the MotoGP world champion that he did the little thing with where they swapped vehicles at one of the tracks. That guy who won 9 MotoGP championships, I think that's Lewis's goal. Because that's going to be a hard feat to defeat. I mean, think about it. My hometown hockey team has 11 Stanley Cups. Those 11 Stanley Cups doesn't compare to the Montreal's 27. Yes, they have that many. But we did pass our arch rivals or our biggest... Let me rephrase that. Our arch enemies in Canada, but they're not really our arch enemies at all. They're actually more of an ally, truthfully. Which is Toronto. Toronto has 10, we have 11. So... And again, I'm trying to make talk about certain things and other things because, like, I'm trying to keep the stream lively today, even though my left shoulder is already starting to hurt. Wonderful. My left arm is actually already starting to hurt. That's great. Anyway, I'm going to keep racing through the pain because that's how I am. I'm working muscles that I don't normally work with all the snow shoveling, so... We'll just have to take it in paces and go from there. Nearly 7 seconds ahead. Or 6 seconds ahead, rather. We're 10 laps in. We got 62 more to go. 63 more to go. Well, we're coming to 62 to go. And the biggest thing is a lot of people would tell me that, you know, I'm crazy for racing such a long race. The thing is... For me, I don't think it's crazy. For me, I think it's normal. That said, I've also want to say that I've not been my normal self the last few days. I've been in a place that the main reason why I've been so quiet is because I've been in a place that I don't want to ever show on stream. And therefore, I just wanted to kind of close off myself, but I still wanted to stream. So when I close off like that, I tend to go to my music and other things to kind of fill the void. And, well, let's just say that didn't necessarily work the way I wanted it to. As a matter of fact, we probably won't even race this race to full completion today.
7.1 seconds.
Because we will be playing Destiny and we will be playing my Warlock, I believe. I don't know yet. Haven't decided yet. Considering I have to move everything off of my Titan again. But we will be playing Destiny again because of reasons of I just want to. And also because I feel that with Destiny I can be who I want to be every single time I play it. Even though in the case of my Warlock it's, you know, slightly different because, you know, it's my friend. When it comes to my Warlock is to represent my friend. That's why my Warlock is so, recovery based and nimbly based. Though if he showed up in my stream and helped me build my Warlock properly, like I want him to, I would build my Warlock to be the Warlock that he would build. All the way down from artifact to mods on the armor. 100%. Because the Warlock is to represent him. My Hunter, this is something that I've never told anyone with Destiny and everything else, is that my Hunter is actually my cocky character, aka my version of Cayde. My version of Cayde. I will never let Cayde die. I will never let Crow fill Cayde's spot. Ever. Just won't happen. Bungie can make that happen all they want, but I won't let it happen. In my mind, Cayde will always be the Hunter of the Guardians. Because even though he was a cocky piece of shit and an idiot in a lot of different ways, he was by far the most fun character to be around. And the fact of the matter is that I hate the fact that Aldred survives and Cayde doesn't. And I'll never, ever forget that part of that. You clearly kill Aldrin, and because of a technicality in the game, Aldrin is only alive because he wasn't a Guardian when you killed him. That's the technicality. Should just message my friend too and tell him that the Warlock is supposed to be you. You know, the build is supposed to be based around you, not me. Your Warlock, his Warlock for me was so different to what my Warlock was when I used to play my Warlock a lot. But when he got banned, I knew that the Warlock was my stream character. Because that would be the character that he was the most used to seeing. So when I stream, I always play my Warlock. When I play the game in my own time, I play my Titan. You may say, but what about my Hunter? My Hunter gets playtime on weekends. I mean, I pointed out to my friend the other day, you know, I went into the game on Sunday. Yeah. No, it was Monday. I went into the game on Monday. And I said, you know what? I can grab all the bounties from my phone. I then proceeded within 1 hour to complete all of those bounties. In 1 hour. And that was for every planet minus Tangled and Dreaming, or minus Dreaming City. Because there are still issues with that planet. That said, the event or the activity is cool and fun. You know what? I'm going to actually stop this race here. Because you know what? If I'm going to sit here and talk about Destiny, we're going to go play fucking Destiny. Because the thing is, I have to talk about a few specific things of why this season has really changed my onsight of Bungie. Because what I've realized this season is something that I'm very happy about. It's taken them a long time to get to a point where I can actually say I'm actually happy with where the game is headed. The only thing I'm not happy about is when am I going to get my Recluse back? When am I going to get my Revoker back? And when we do get him back, how long are we going to get him back for? And that's my biggest issue, still. Now, some people will say, oh, we may never get him back. And I will be very mad. Honestly, I will be very mad at Bungie if they go that route. Because I love Destiny for several reasons, actually. I want to just verify one thing before I, tomorrow okay, so it went under background maintenance yesterday. So, okay. So, that said, this season a lot of people are comparing it to Season of Opulence, and I'm going to say it's closer to Drifter for the reasons of Drifter was a different season entirely. Now, did I send my notification out to my... Yes, I did. Okay. Now, the reason why I'm calling it that is because when I sat down and I looked at everything that I was looking at the other day, and I sat down and, was calculating everything out, the one thing that came to mind was the Kinetic SMG that I've been using since the start of the season. Has become not only my favorite weapon in the game very quickly, but it's also reminded me of Recluse far too much. You have to understand that the reason why I will never let Recluse go, I'm popping on my Titan real quick so I can move everything around the way I want it. The reason I will never, and I do mean never, will let my Recluse go is because I physically cannot let go of the best gun in the game. Let me repeat that. Recluse and Revoker. The reason why I will never be able to replace them are they are in their classes, they are the best PvE based weapons. That said, this season's SMG, as you can see, it's already at 1,600 kills. There's last season's. I'm going to pass last season's by quite a bit, very quickly. I'm just moving everything to my vault, and then we'll switch to my warlock. The reason why I'm doing it this way is because I then have better control over my over how this goes in. That said, Recluse and Revoker will always be my top dogs in their classes. In their weapon classes specifically, they will always be the top dogs. Bungie has done something, though, this season that I've not seen since the season of Drifter. They found a way to make the season fun. In the way that, yes, I'm not a big fan of the Battleground activity. Not the biggest fan of it. I'm not a fan of many of the activities. But what I am a fan of, even though they still haven't fixed this, is the fact that for once in 3 seasons, I actually am able to feel comfortable with my arsenal. Something I've not been able to say in 3 seasons. Okay? Well, in 2 seasons, because Sunset had started last season. And I didn't feel comfortable with my loadout last season. But I found a way to make it work. And even though I'm still not happy that I lost my favorite shotgun in the game, and I have no idea when I'll ever get it back, or if I will even get it back. Understand, that's still one of the biggest hangups for me. Is I don't know if I'm ever going to get some of these weapons back. Bungie made it kind of clear that they were doing this to better the experience. The problem becomes that as you dwindle the arsenal down, if you don't bring back weapons like this or like Revoker, you're going to run into an issue kind of quickly. And that issue is going to be purely, what the fuck am I supposed to, what am I supposed to rely on for, from season to season? Right now, I will tell you that this gun will probably be my top weapon for the remainder of this year. Right here, right now, I will say that. This will probably be my secondary for the remainder of this year. For the most part. And this will probably end up being my main after this one can no longer be used. Which will be after this season. Those things said, I have loved everything Bungie has done up to this point. In the way that they've done everything that they're supposed to do. Does that change how I feel about them as a company? No. I feel Bungie has made a lot of fuck-ups in a lot of different ways. I don't even remember hitting that, but okay. Apparently I did. But Bungie has made a lot of mistakes this season too. And just before I forget, I'll shut up for a moment.
Get ready to move. The Cabal have invaded the Cosmodrome. As we speak, Paul Marag leads a charge into a hive nest, seeking revenge for what Xivu Arath did to the Cabal's home system. If he succeeds, Keitel is certain to promote him to her war council, and more Cabal will flood into the Cosmodrome. We can't let that stand. Not in the territory that produces some of our best guardians. Fortunately, our enemies are distracted. Cut through the chaos and take out Marag. If we don't crush this now, we could lose an entire generation of new lights.
And the problem there is we already have. There's a lot of people that won't play this game. And I already know why. And I completely understand why. Because the game doesn't like... Let me rephrase this. The game isn't very friendly to new players. I will state that right here, right now, because even for me, when I first started the game, I didn't feel like I was wanted. I will tell you that right here, right now. Taco showed me the reasons why that was. He did. I give him a lot of credit. He showed me why the game was the way it was. And he will forever be the reason why I've done everything that I have up to this point in the game. Everything I do in this game is for a reason. And it's not for a reason you're always going to think is obvious. I do a lot of things in this game that are not obvious.
Thanks. Take it easy.
Now, I will say that this will be the first time in a long time I've actually played this game for as long as what I'm planning to today.
Astronomer, and she says there's something new in the sky.
Because I don't normally play the game for, you know, more than a few hours on stream lately. But something about this season is pulling me closer to the game. For the first time in quite a while, there is something that is actively pulling me closer to the game. And that thing is something that, to be completely honest with you, I can't tell you. Because I don't know. But Bungie has always had this thing, or has always, let me rephrase that. Bungie has always had a way
All right.
to give me
All
what
right.
I want without giving me what I want. And what I mean by that is that Bungie has always known how to find that special spot in my heart to keep me looking forward to this game. Where Bungie tends to fuck it up is that they begin to overlook things. When you overlook certain things, that's when you get issues that I've noticed for quite some time. Now, Bungie is still one of my top gaming companies in a weird way. I don't like everything they do. I don't. There's a lot of things that, if you asked me tomorrow if I would still play this game if they did these things as the start-off thing, I would have told you no. Not a chance. The game would not have survived if they did give it to me for free and then Taco came in and showed me the reasons why the game was so shit. When he explained it, although I'm still waiting for him to confirm something for me, and that's a thing that I want to know still, is how long was it that Forsaken was out before Drifter? Because, like, I remember Season of the Forge. I remember that. I had only played 2 weeks of that season, needless to say. Because I started my run and completed a Forsaken at the start of the new year. And then when I started it, I didn't really finish it then. I finished it a couple months later. When I did finally get through and finish it, the one thing I realized is that I don't have anything to do. And there was so much more shit that was coming. And when Drifter came out, I realized that I need the annual pass quite badly. Because I didn't feel like I was going to be able to enjoy the things that I deserve to enjoy. So, I got the annual pass. Now, as you saw last year, you noticed that I didn't get, you know, even though I could have, and probably could have convinced my dad to allow me to get the, you know, season of, the 7th season and the, that stuff, all that stuff, then I didn't want them. I didn't like the content in the first place. It just wasn't what I felt the game's direction was. With this season, this feels more like the direction we're supposed to head. You know, between the new weaponry that feels very fun and light and quite nice to play with, in the way of, you know, usability, like, you have to understand, Drifter was a special season to me because it gave me a gun that was so powerful, but I never had it during that season. Understand something, I never had Recluse during the season of the Drifter. I never had it during the season of Opulence either. Hell, for that matter, I didn't even get Luna, the hand cannon, until Shadowkeep. That's how bad it was. How bad things were at the time. When it came to the PvP side of things. Shadowkeep changed a lot of things. But it did occur to me, I now understand why the PvP for me and a lot of the veterans that used to enjoy the PvP no longer like the PvP, and it's because it's so ability heavy versus gun and skill heavy. What I mean is that we went from a period of time where we had 3 main attributes with PvP. The same 3 main attributes that are the reason why Callie's sniper rifle does as much damage as it does, but it's a balanced damage system. What I mean by that is, in the case of Callie, a 3-speed, she could drop 1 shot to the body. A 2-speed, it takes her 2 shots to the body. 2-speed, 2 armor, typically, is how they looked at it. A 1-speed and 3 armor, it takes her 3 shots. Why? Because your armor means something. That's key. Something Bungie fucked up. Okay? If I'm running a full resilience character, I should be a bit of a tank to someone to kill me in PvP. I am not. Why? Because Bungie doesn't get that your health and the damage that is done in PvP should be closer to the actual PvE damage than they think. Because honestly, if you had 100 resilience in PvP and you still had an SMG, you could still get through that armor pretty fucking fast. As I've proven in Siege many times. Many times. But what I'm getting at is what Bungie did in Shadowkeep was they changed the attributes, added the grenade, the super, and the melee attributes. Those attributes is what broke the balance. Okay? When I was playing the PvP earlier in the on day one, what I was noticing was not only was my shots actually landing for the first time ever, but my damage was equivalent to what it should have been for the first time in a year. And I do mean that. For the first time in a year, my damage was actually equivalent to what it should have been. The problem became the biggest issue that becomes of Destiny is I refuse to now go into PvP. We're 2 weeks in. I will tell you right here, right now, there's people in the game that are already at season rank 100. Don't ask me how I know that, I just do. Okay? Those people have all the different abilities, all the different shit, all their mods set up, all their armor set up, everything done, and everything else. And they are set up quite nicely. Not going to discredit them. What I am going to say, though, is that someone that is able to get to that quickly, okay, should not be against somebody like me, who's still fairly low. I mean, come on. Week 2, I'm only at 30 in the season rank. I was at 23 by the end of the first week. 23 by the end of the first week. Now you may say, well, that's quite high for the first week. You're right, it is. But I worked for it and put a lot of time into that. But the biggest thing with me is that is my choice to make. Me putting all that time in is my choice to make. Not Bungie's. Not anybody else's. That's my choice to push that hard in the first week. I should not be punished as you do get in PvP. I should not be punished for wanting to play the game at my speed. And that is where Bungie fucks the logic. This game punishes you if you are not as advanced as everybody else. And that's not fair. Look, I'm not saying that I want the game balanced like Siege. No. Hell no. Siege is a fucking brilliant thing and it has a one-tap headshot. Okay? That's the main reason why I don't want the game anywhere near Siege, because then I just fucking aim ahead for everything. And I don't want that. Nobody wants that. Needless to say, if you want to be good at the PvP, you do have to aim kind of consistently for the head to do the most damage. That's not a secret. Everybody who's played the game knows that. That's nothing new. Okay? But what I'm getting at is the fact that Bungie has a huge tendency of saying, well, if you're not here at this point, why aren't you? when we've given you all these different things. The thing is where Bungie fucks that idea up is not everybody plays the raids. Not everybody does this. Not everybody does that. There are people like me who like PvE and doing stuff in PvE. Not everybody plays the activity. Some of us just like coming in the game and literally doing what I'm doing right now, which is literally roaming the planets. And you've noticed I've walked all the way up to this bit of the map. I've not used my Sparrow. I've not used anything. I've walked all this distance. Which, needless to say, is something I've not done in this game since Drifter. I've not done a trip like this, all the way up a map like this, since Drifter. Okay. Jesus. That was a lot of enemies. That said, this season has been feeling different since day one. But it's been feeling different in a good way. In a way that I've not felt, you know, in quite a while. Now, well, yes, you could... I've already done it. I've already compared this gun to Risk Runner. Yes, it is Risk Runner in a nutshell. It's as good as Risk Runner. It does everything that Risk Runner does without being an exotic. Okay? That's the point of legendaries. They're supposed to be as good as exotics, but not, you know, as powerful. Okay? That's just how the game is designed. Don't believe me? Ask Bungie. But the gun does have its limitations. Primarily on its ammo. I have reserve perks, I have all the different things that you could possibly need to be able to give this thing as much ammo as possible. I got ammo finders for days with this thing. And I still end up having an issue with ammo. Far, far, far too much. And that right there, where I took that shot, that was a revoker shot. That's a shot that I've got it so coded in my brain because of revoker to take that shot. Even though and I knew I was going to miss it. Because revoker had the reversal of fortune, which always returned the last shot fired. If you missed a shot, you wait a couple seconds. And those couple seconds, if you were set up right, which I always was, would not be detrimental. However, in PvP, those few seconds were the difference between life and death. Every single time. The way it should be. Say again. It was again another instance of me taking a shot that was clearly a shot I shouldn't have taken. Those are both shots that should have hit. But they didn't. Which, again, that's the Bungie-based issue. Like, perfect example. Like, in Siege, this gun would actually have 6 rounds in the magazine after a reload like that. Do I ever want Bungie to add that 1 round in the magazine rule? No. No. God, no. Because it's not necessary for a game where, you know, realism doesn't exist. Okay? That, in a game like Breakpoint and Siege, those are things that need to be there for a reason. The Division 2 does not count in that category because of reasons of they are doing similar things that Destiny would do. Now, I noticed my frame rate is jumping all over the place for you guys. Let me try something here. Video, let me turn on VSync, which should fix that problem. So it looks a little bit smoother. There you go. So it stops looking like it's choppy. Now, I will also state that this game will always hold a special spot for me because this game has always done a lot of things that I've always personally enjoyed. I mean, the fact that that gun is at 1,700 kills already. It says a lot. Hell, I mean, shit. I'm already at, how many kills for this week? I'm already at 1,500 kills for this week already. Which, to say the least, 2 weeks into the season, that is quite high for me. But for me, it's a different thing when it comes to doing shit like that. Or like that. And it's a different thing for me because of how I choose to play the game typically. I typically play the game very laid back. In the way that, you know, I don't ever do anything that takes a very long time. I've always been this way. Since day one of the game coming out. Or since day one of me owning the game, rather.
All Guardians in the field.
I've always played the game laid back. I've never rushed anything. I've always just kind of enjoyed the game world. This season allows me to do that again for the first time in, I'd say, since Drifter, really. No, I'll say since Opulence. Even though when I did like Shadowkeep season, the last time I really started to take things slow and really enjoy the game for what it was during Opulence. I mean, Opulence did give me my SMG that I used for quite a while, too. But Opulence was a different sort of season, where I didn't mind the activity much, but I didn't enjoy the activity. And this is kind of giving me the same sort of feeling. Like, I don't mind the activity, but I don't like it that much. Where, in the case of Gambit Prime for Drifter, Gambit Prime was literally the Gambit that everybody pretty much went to playing instead of the normal Gambit, because normal Gambit was annoying and a pain in the ass. As we all are pretty sure we all remember. But the biggest thing is that, well, yes, I've kept this scout rifle from last season, and I still regularly use this scout rifle. That's because this scout rifle is actually quite good. And that's why Warlocks are fucking awesome. Seriously. Like, that's actually the first time the Warlock jump actually did save me. Any other time that jump would have killed me. But the biggest factor nice. Really nice set of perks on that. And it got extended. Holy shit, that's freaking a brilliant set of perks then. Then if I go to Accurize, I get 51, which is the default for the extended. Which is quite useful. Fact of the matter is that Bungie has made mistake after mistake after mistake. This is the first season where I have felt like the game is being, you know, nice enough, per se, or enjoyable enough to actually make me like Bungie again in a way. But is it enough to hold me with the game and, you know, go back to my religious playing? No. No. We'll never be back at that point. I don't ever think we'll ever get back to that point because of different things that I know about the game. but I think that we're moving in a direction that will work. As long as Bungie keeps balancing PvP. I believe that one of the biggest issues and why you get such a drop-off in the player base so quickly after a season start is purely because one of the biggest things with a game like this is people enjoy PvP. But the moment you start PvP in this game and you start playing it, you realize kind of quickly that the PvP in this game is not an enjoyable place to be. Because you coincidentally get to a point that you realize that the game doesn't really have a really good balance system. The other issue that you tend to see a lot of in this PvP is you could shoot enemies and your shots not hit those enemies even though they're directly in your crosshair. That has been one of my biggest complaints for a very, very, very long time. The difference was my pulse rifles always made up for that. And through the first week of the little bit of PvP I was doing, my pulse rifles were doing that again. For the first time in a long ass time. And I do mean a very long time. Like, we're not talking like, oh, they, you know, this or that or this or that. No, it's been roughly 4 to 5 seasons. Well, no. Because they did the nerf on pulse rifles at the start of Shadowkeep. So it's been at least a year. Okay? Since that nerf. And I still know that nerf, and I still am not happy with that nerf. Because the range on pulse rifles is nowhere near what it used to be. And that's what kills pulses so much. Pulse rifles are not a close range weapon. They are a distance weapon. Your autos are supposed to be your close range weapon. And yet, even them at close range are weaker than shit. And I don't understand Bungie's logic on that. Because of... Now, granted, Growing Hunger, the one I got, won't help me in PvP. I will tell you that right here, right now. PvE-wise, it's a great fucking rifle. And I probably will keep it for quite a while. But it's more of a ranged weapon. Bungie has this problem of the weapons that should be good in PvP aren't, aka autos and SMGs, and weapons that shouldn't be good, like pulse rifles and scout rifles, have a huge tendency of being more consistent than anything else, or even hand cannons. Let's throw them in there too, because they're part of that group as well, of weapons that shouldn't be good in PvP, but yet they are. There are still things that I've been trying to figure out for a very, very long time with Bungie. And they're things that I shouldn't have to think about. They're things that I shouldn't have to sit here and say that they're doing this wrong or they're doing that wrong. No. Bungie's doing a lot of things right. But they have made a lot of mistakes in certain aspects. And one of the bigger ones is I still don't fully agree with the way they changed Infusement. I don't like the upgrade module thing. They're too expensive. And I do mean that. They are too expensive. And I know why Bungie did it. But, like, with sunsetting now being a thing, I don't feel that Infusement needs to be that expensive anymore. because we all know that the weapons are capped out now. So if we don't get things like Recluse and them back, if we don't get them back, I'm going to be very unhappy with Bungie forever, because I don't feel that that's the fate that Recluse deserves or Revoker deserve. They are guns that have a reason to be in this game. Yes, were they powerful? Yes. Extremely. I will still say that Recluse... Without Recluse... If Recluse didn't happen in Drifter, comparatively, a lot of people would say Drifter was a shitty season. Okay? With Recluse, that changed a lot of things, and Recluse was by far the best reason for Drifter. But Recluse was also known as the best SMG for PvE combat. Something that Bungie, in my opinion, still hasn't gotten fully right. This thing is pretty damn good. But its limitations do outweigh it sometimes. Now, you could say that I'm being, super critical about little things. And I'm being super critical because I have over 2,000 fucking hours of the game. I know the feeling that I want. And that feeling is something that I'm still not fully getting. This gun gets me close. I will admit that. This gun gets me awfully close to that feeling. But it's not all the way there. Wow, that is a lot for that. So Cosmodrome, I need to get two more bounties for there. Which I'll get in a little bit. Obviously. But I still give Bungie a fair shot at a lot of things, and this SMG has definitely helped in a lot of ways, because it's the first gun that I could actually say in a while that I actually like as my kinetic primary. Especially considering for the last few seasons I've been a sniper kinetic. And I still, in a lot of ways, prefer Burden over a lot of other things.
The Hive never leave a throne vacant for long. Something will step up to take Navota's place.
So let's go to the tower real quick. I gotta grab something.
See the commander.
And this season's opened my eyes to a lot of things. But Destiny has a long way to go to get to the point that I needed to be at to be comfortable with what I have. And right now, I can't honestly say that. Now, here's my seasonal stuff. You can see that there's my opponents defeated per match, and then my efficiency. Note that that is higher than it was last season. That's higher from last season, and that is higher from last season. That's a good thing. Though I've only played a very limited number of matches.
What cipher is this?
And that's where Bungie is fucking up a lot of the time too. Is that, well, yes, I've played a fairly large amount of PvP in my past, and I do have, you know, the hours to prove that.
Take it easy.
And the kills and the resets and that stuff to prove all that. The problem that Bungie continues to have
Solving problems out in the world, huh? Good for you.
is they don't seem to get that past the point people will not be happy. And there is a point where that problem is not their fault. And we've been at this point for a little while now. I've not been happy since Shadowkeep. Since the start of Shadowkeep. Before Shadowkeep happened, I was all keen to continue to play the game.
Checking.
With or without the season pass. But here's the problem that occurred. And this is why I did it. I realized that the biggest issue becomes is without that season pass, you basically have literally nothing to do. And that's still a problem today. And that's wrong. That's the wrong way of taking a nickel and dime scheme. And yes, I'm going to call it a nickel and dime scheme because purely it is a nickel and dime scheme. But Bungie gets a pass on that for one reason and one reason only. Because they have always found a way to make it worth it. To some extent. The problem is that one of the biggest reasons why I still say this is an issue is the top tree. You could do Bright Dust, you could do enhancement cores, you could do all sorts of different things for this top tree to continue what the bottom tree has. And they refuse to do that. I respect the one set of armor. That's fine. I respect that. That I get. The 2 weapons for the season stuff. I respect that too. What I can't respect is the fact that you get nothing towards the end of that side. Now, for me, I get everything because, you know, I've paid, you know, the extra amount to have this season covered. That shouldn't change that much, in my opinion. In my opinion, what content you have or what content you are able to enjoy should be universal. In the way of, let me rephrase that. It shouldn't be universal in the way that I'm putting it. It should be universal in the way that it is usable for everyone. okay? What I mean is that I love this screen, but say the purple tier, that tier should not be for anybody but people like me. The blue tier above and the top tier, I believe, should be for everybody. The reason why I believe that is because we all deserve some stuff. Yes, I paid for the extra content, so I should be given more luxurious items. But the biggest thing is if you don't buy Beyond Life, I already have the best thing out of that whole thing. Stasis. Best thing about that whole thing. Don't have enough glimmer, that's why. It always seems like my glimmer, early on in the season, my glimmer always seems to be super low. Because that's one of the biggest issues with why I have such a big issue with certain things. I'm gonna launch into the activity now, which I'm gonna have to run twice, by the way, back to back, and I'm just gonna do it real fast and do it and get it done and over with. And that just fucking ruined it. Oh, Bungie, what the fuck? Why? This and the other one are the exact same. It's an energy type difference. That's the only thing that could be different between those two. Bungie.
Guardian, the Cabal have established a base not far from here.
Why? They're the exact same fucking gun, and yet this one's okay, but this one's not. That's where I'm scared now. That's the first time I've actually seen that in there, and that scares me. That scares me because that means the future of Recluse is at risk. My fucking 40,000 kill fucking SMG is now at risk. And I don't like the idea of that. If I lose that version because of Bungie being stupid, that's going to be the death knell for the game, for me. Because I refuse to let that version go because that took me so fucking long to get that. A lot of people won't ever understand how long it took me to get to that 40,000 kills. Because, like, for example, the SMG I'm using right now is already up to 2,000. Nearly. 2,000 kills. So how could it have taken me that much longer with Recluse? You have to understand that I dwindled my time down after I lost the season pass in the first place. So you have to understand that I didn't play much past the point. By my choice, of course, but my choice or not, I should not be punished for what I did with that gun. I should never have to give that gun up. Another perfect example of that is Horror Story. The version that's in my vault. Okay? My friend had a version before way back when. His version wouldn't have gotten upgraded. Or I should say, it wouldn't be usable. The version that would be in his vault. And that's wrong. He had freaking 4,000 kills on that one that he had in his vault. That's a lot of kills. Actually, I think it was more, but he hadn't used it forever, and it would have been a chance for him to pull that version out and use it again. So the fact that I got it through the event thing, the Dawning, I think it was, I got it through that and everything else, and then I proceeded to not actually use it
The Cabal brought some serious weaponry
after
with
that
them.
season.
They must
I mean, it
really
sits in
hate
my
the
vault,
Hive.
and I could easily upgrade it.
And again, how else should you feel after
Horror
your home
Story
has
was a
been
good gun.
destroyed?
Now is not the time to psychoanalyze the enemy.
Right. Meditate on their motives when they're dead.
But Bungie has this thing where they feel that we can't keep a version of this gun going for the foreseeable future anymore. And I get that. Trust me, I was going to move on from Recluse. And this gun here would have been a big help to that. Because, you know, I was already doing it because I was liking Python more and more. The more I started to use Python, I was actually starting to like that gun a lot more anyway. If you notice, I'm not actually shooting much right now. It's because I don't need to. Because my teammates over there are doing all the work. And I'm okay with that. You know why? It means I can sit here and look at my armor, look at my gear, and see, you know. Although I could actually upgrade most of my armor now because that would, that is actually a higher piece of gear. But I don't have the glimmer for that. But like I was saying, it's one of those things where Bungie has kind of taken that idea that what we want from the game doesn't matter. Or what we like about the game, or the pinnacles that we worked our asses all off for. All those things don't matter. When in reality, to me, they do. I worked hard for every single one of them. They took so much time. I put so many hours into all of them. I'll just kind of let my teammates run along and run ahead of me. I don't really care too much. They can be ahead of me. I don't care.
Young Wolf. Invite the enemy to meet their end.
Like, I'm not even trying here. Like, I'm literally just letting them do all the work. And I'll do it again when I do the other run, too. My other run that I have to do with the hammer socketed, which I already have. Because I don't care. like in this mode here, the biggest thing is once again, if I manage to do it, which I probably am going to, if I manage, well actually no I won't, it's only in the actual activity side of it, and I probably will have moments where I do it quite a bit, where I end up not dying a lot. What you're seeing me do here with the egg clearing here, this is just me doing me.
You make it look easy, Guardian.
Yes, if only all Lightbearers had their focus.
Was that remark pointed in my direction?
We had no time for idle chatter when we were defending the walls at Six Fronts, I'll tell you that. And I doubt Zavala tolerated it during the Red War.
You'll forgive me. I'm new, so I'm not caught up on our history.
You'll forgive me. I don't know your history. Yeah, because you're a fucking piece of shit who tried to kill me. Can we please have that reminder that he fucking killed me? In an attempt to kill me. Like, please. If I can ask one thing of Bungie, that's the only thing I ask.
Eyes up. The Cabal have been holding off waves of Hive for weeks.
See the
But
43
situation
guy?
may have deteriorated.
Now, granted, because
This
this
is
is a
an important
PvE
strategic position.
activity, I'm okay with him being so high. Again, I don't really care
Letting
too
them
much in
settle in would be
PvE related
a
activities.
bad idea.
Go forth, Guardian.
Every level that they're above me is a better thing because that means they're more advanced and they're gonna be faster. And I don't care. I want to get through these things as quickly as fucking humanly possible, so I do not give a damn. Let's just go as fast as fucking possible, please. that's why I officially do not like this game too much. How the hell did I survive that?
Cabal would risk everything for a chance at retribution against the Hive. So much rage, so much suffering.
You saw what the Hive did to the Elixni on the shore. That would push anyone to their limit.
The Red War proved that the Cabal have no limits.
Then let's give them some.
Oh, there's the reference to the Red War shit. Damn. I'm glad that they reference it at least, for fuck's sake. I mean, like, they don't even care about that. Like, the plotline fucking ruined so badly last season. I felt the ruining of it so bad, and it fucking pissed me off. Because, like, I played through Red War 3 times. I loved every minute of those 3 runs. Every minute. Of course, on my Titan, it was the most fun of them. But my Titan's always been that kind of special character to me. And what I mean by that is my Titan is actually not designed to be what everybody expects it to be. My Titan is actually to represent me in real life. Because in real life, I have an uncanny ability to cover things up and hide things away from people so much that I have so much strength to be able to do it, that the reason why my character is represented with such high resilience is because if I didn't build him that way, I would feel powerless with him. My Titan's always felt different to me in that way. But my Titan will always be my heavy resilience character. Now, of course, my friend has told me countless times, you could have it both ways. You can have it this way, you could have it that way, and everything else. And he's right, I can. I could have both my Titan have high roll, recovery and all that stuff, and resilient. I could. Very well could have over 100 of both of them. But do you know what that would do to my mobility and my other shit? Yeah. Not that I give a damn. Yeah, it would be a pain. And if I did manage to get that, would I even enjoy it at that point? Ah! And my comment to the thing is that, well, yes, I will never be, the best player of the game, and I never will attempt to be. What I'm happy to be with this game is content with what the game is capable of being.
I have eyes on their commander, just up ahead.
Cabal honor will dictate that he'll have to answer your challenge.
Time to fight fire with fire. Or bullets. Your choice.
And the only reason why I have the pulse rifle here is for the unstoppable stuff. Ow, 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 fucking ogre. Ow. Heal. Oh, da 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 da.
They thought that fire and force would be enough to destroy the hive. Fools.
This commander may be, but Keitel seems...
That's so fucked up. I shouldn't have to fucking redo that again just to fucking trigger this. But whatever. It doesn't matter to me. One way or the other, we'll get it done anyway. I just sort of wish that this actually fucking would track during this. But it doesn't, which is why I don't agree with it.
Cabal forces are entrenched out here. You're in for a hell of a firefight before we can breach their defenses.
Those command carriers are likely to send reinforcements, but I'll try to draw their air support away.
Clear the field. That should buy me enough time to take down the barrier that's blocking the way forward.
Oh, someone's actually using solar. That's weird. That still weirds me out when I see someone else not using stasis. Like, it's so weird to me. Like, for me, stasis is the best ability ever. Like, I love stasis too much. Not that I don't mind using other things, but stasis for me has been kind of the, you know, super I like to go to. Ow! What the fuck? That was weird. There we go. So many runs of this shit. I'm going back to my SMG setup. Fuck, they having the unstoppable shit right now. You only need it for the final area, and it's only briefly that you actually need it. And truthfully, you don't even need it, to be fair. You just gotta know how to fight the enemies. That went well.
Down. Get a move on. Be careful. The Cabal
Outside the
got
fact that I ran out of ammo.
Mechs have moved in behind them. Watch your
But,
back, or you'll
yeah,
get
that
caught
went
in
well.
the crossfire.
I mean, to be fair, I don't really care too much about being, you know, the fastest through something or, you know, behind everyone else. I actually, you know, I'm so used to being the guy who's being, you know, behind everyone. Because I like to take things slower in the way that, you know, I don't rush because I don't, you know, I know that rushing doesn't really change much. These are set timed things. Like, there is a time they are set to a specific pace. They, at the fastest, even if you have a full group and you know exactly what you're doing, they're still set to a specific rate of time. The fastest I've ever done even a strike with a full squad of people that I knew was
The Imperial commander should be up ahead.
Give 'em what for.
10 minutes.
Kindly remind them
And
they
that
don't
was
belong on
with
your rope.
everybody having the same
I'd
run
skip
of
the kindly part.
guns and everything else. And literally running through as quickly as we possibly could. See? Didn't even need it. Truthfully. Oh, I win.
The Cabal, searching for the secrets of the Deep Stone Crypt. I don't understand wanting to become a machine. To lose everything you are. What sort of person is willing to do that to themselves?
From what I gather, folks becoming exos weren't always willing.
And here I thought the people of the Golden Age were supposed to be enlightened.
But the Cabal feel the same way about themselves.
The way you talk about the Cabal, others talk the same way about the Elixni, especially in the Tower. Shax openly jokes about killing them. Some Guardians wear their bones on their armor like they're animals.
What? I mean, I have to laugh at that just purely because what he's basically saying is that what we're doing is wrong. Like, the fuck is wrong with Crow, man? Oh, right. He was a villain. Hey! What's up, Osiris? What you doing?
Did I keep you waiting? I've been busy managing the antics of your commanders.
Antics? Time-honored traditions. They don't concern you.
You're auditioning members for your war council. I'd say that concerns us very much.
Your commander could be a valued member of it, if he would accept my offer. You seem like a wise man. We both know that the best victory is won before the war even begins. I'm giving humanity a way out. Zavala can end this now. You can end this now.
A Cabal Empress with a penchant for mercy. It's a novel idea. You've learned from the mistakes of your predecessors, but I see how you lean on tradition when you fear a loss of control. I see your uncertainty, dithering. As for what I know that an empress without an empire is in no position to offer anything.
The Cabal have lost their home, not their honor. If we are to die, we will take many with us. Tell your commander my patience is running out.
Your orders remain the same. Honor or no, without a war council, she'll have no war.
So that is all of the new stuff that was put in as of yesterday. I mean, it's quite... I'll admit it, the plot line for this season is actually pretty well written. I'll give Bungie that. But Bungie still has work that they need to get corrected before I will fully admit that Bungie has not made a mistake this season. And I may never actually fully admit that they didn't make a mistake with this season, because of reasons of I am a stubborn piece of shit and I refuse to let Bungie win. So I need the arms, the chest, and the bond from the season thing. And I don't have any of the arms, I don't think. And the only reason why I'm doing it this way is because this way I save resources. In terms of upgrade modules.
What cipher is this?
Thank you, Bungie. Because all you did was increase that even more. So...
How's the good fight, Guardian?
I have the boots,
Guardian,
which
by all means.
I don't
Let's get
need.
started.
So now we can go off and do other things because now the activity stuff that I needed to get done is done. Sniper, rocket, arc.
Don't get burned.
So we will go ahead and head over to Europa then. Actually, we will head over to Cosmodrome.
Let's talk.
Grab the couple bounties that I need for Cosmodrome. Do them. So I can get that other seasonal challenge done. So that's almost done, which is good.
Need something?
Yes, your bounties. Precision. Ability. Okay, I'll do the ability one. The grenade one now.
Let me know if you find any.
Because I don't have the good grenades that I need. But I do have a killer fucking melee ability, so. Five of 10 with abilities, compared to the Cosmodrome, submachine gun, and then energy. I've gotten quite good with the Warlock jump, like, as of recently. That's good. When you're doing shit like that easily, you know that's how you're in a good spot. Next power bonus is at 825, and then the next artifact is at 900,000. Can't believe I'm already that high. Oh, for freak's sake, man, come on. Okay. So we nearly have everything done here. For today at least. On this one. But there is something about this season that is pulling me to play quite a bit. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that I have an SMG that I actually like using for the first time since the sunset of Recluse. This SMG is quite fun to play with in its own way. Like PvE wise, like it is by far the most fun thing. It will never be good in PvP, which is what I still am. That's the one thing I still hate about this game so much, is the fact that something like this that is so useful PvE wise is so shit in PvP, but yet the things that aren't useful, such as snipers in PvE, are the best fucking weapons in PvP, which doesn't, in my mind, doesn't make sense. like I've said before, though, Destiny is one of those games that has always kind of had something about it that I've never liked. And I mean, this time around, it is still this whole sunsetting thing. Like, I still don't agree with it because I don't feel they did it the way they should have. But at the same time, sunsetting was, in a lot of eyes, and even my eyes, in a way, it was necessary. Because otherwise, you know, things like Mountain Top and that would never die. And as much as I, you know, understand the reasoning for that to be a thing in other shooters, a game like this, guns have to have a natural kind of cutoff point, and the thing became an issue when you put things in like Recluse, like Revoker, that people became so dependent on them, such as me, even though I didn't have Recluse from the start of it, I did get super dependent on it for so long. Same thing with Revoker, but where things went truthfully wrong was how Bungie did the sunsetting, because they sunset everything that was useful in some way, shape, or form. And like things like Randy's and that stuff were things that I didn't use because I had Revoker and Recluse. That was my combo. That was the duo. When they sunset those, Randy's and that shouldn't have been sunset, because those were things I didn't really give full opportunities to show their shine, because I kind of used them and then went back to what I knew worked for me in PvE, and never really cared past that. And like, I do get why they did it. Like, it does make sense when you look at it from a perspective of, you know, if they didn't do it, people would never move on past Recluse, so why the fuck would you put anything new in the game? And I get that perspective. But, you know, to be completely honest with you, before the sunsetting, people were already starting to phase out of Recluse. And, well, yes, in PvP, Mountain Top and Revoker were still super common. They were really good weapons for PvP usage. That's just the simple fact of the matter there. I mean, if they were a little bit weaker, would that have changed their period of dying off? Yeah. I believe that if Revoker was slightly weaker, or the delay on its perk would have been slightly longer PvP side only, I definitely see that it could have been a little bit more of a hindrance to use it. But because that perk was so, you know, it was like less than 3 seconds, and you were able to fire the shot that you missed, again, the gun kind of held a spot that a lot of people used religiously for quite a while. Even I did. From time to time. I didn't use Revoker that much in PvP because I'm a shit sniper, but that's a different thing. Like, I didn't use it in PvP that much because I knew I wasn't good with it. So therefore I didn't use it. Simple logic. But, you know, and while yes, Breakneck and all those were great weapons, they did have their place, and I did use them for a while. I did use, you know, Breakneck was one of my, you know, was in total, it's like my third highest gun that I ever have had, kill-wise at least. I mean, likely, if I keep going at the rate I'm going with the SMG for this season, likely that will actually be able to take over the 10,000 plus kills that I had with Midas, or the Callus mini tool in Season of Opulent. Will it ever get close to Recluse? No. Recluse took me way too long to get to where it is. That there's not a single gun in my collection that will ever get close to where Recluse is. Ever. But guns will, you know, always have a chance to do that. You know, I mean, I'm at nearly 2,000 kills with the SMG for this season already, and we're only 2 weeks in to this season. If I play consistently throughout the entire season, who knows where that could finish at. But that's one of the other issues that the game's been having lately is past the first 3 weeks, there really isn't a lot to do outside the event that comes, you know, a month into the season. Typically a month in. And is typically there for that month. Typically. I mean, again, here's another example of a gun that I'm doing, you know, a lot with lately, but it's because it's actually quite a good, you know, auto. But if you noticed when I got it, you know, last season, I didn't really use it much. The reason was, again, simply because I had my secondary set. I knew what I was using and I knew what I was going to use. Into this season, I really didn't know, because I wasn't a big fan of any of the shotguns that I had gotten as of late, and I still really am not happy with any of the shotties. Like, the biggest problem with all the shotguns now is that I'm looking for one specific perk, a perk that I know none of them will ever get again. And that's the biggest reason why I don't like any shotgun that's in the game anymore. Basically. I will literally tell you right here, right now, there will never be another shotgun with overflow on it. Python will be the only one that has that, and that perk alone makes Python the best shotgun. I know PvP-wise, it was not the best shotgun. I know that. I don't care about that. PvE-wise is why I cared about it. You have to understand, I build my arsenal based on PvP, not PvE, not PvP, because I have to. So while yes, this gun doesn't have the greatest perks, in the game, it's a fairly useful weapon. Same thing with this grenade launcher. Hey! Of course it's gonna give me the helmet. But the bow I will, however, take, for sure. Because I have one in my inventory, but, like, it's lower level than everything else. And why waste upgrade modules when I can just get it this way? Think about this, though. We're 2 weeks in. I'm already level 35 in freaking season rank. Like, and, like, not that that's abnormal for where I was the last season. I wasn't too much lower last season at this point. And I had less to do. Think about it. A season ago, I had less to do. And I was at the same point that I am now. So, season to season, it didn't really change much. But have I played more of the activities? Yeah. Have I had the luxury of having the activities? Yeah. But the activity isn't all that great, to be completely honest. I mean, it's just... very much like Drifter. The reason why I compare this season to Drifter so much is the activity is an extension to the Vanguard stuff. Very much like in Drifter, we got Gambit Prime. That is now gone, of course. Because realistically, Gambit Prime was only played more just purely because it was actually faster than the normal Gambit at the time. That is literally why. Nobody really gave a shit about the armor. The armor was kind of pointless. That's the point. Which is why it being Sunset is actually a good thing. The one case where it's a good thing is on things that were, you know, kind of designed for a period of time in... And that's really where armor is really the thing. That I felt could be Sunset more often than guns is because guns... Well, guns tend to be kind of universal in the way that... No matter what you're going to do, at some point during this season, I will bring my Recluse out of my vault, and I will use it again and get another 1,000 kills with it. That's just the thing I'm going to do. It will happen. It's just, for now, until I'm at power cap, it will sit in my vault. But I will bring Recluse back at some point. And that's just how I am. I'm not going to let the gun just go and sit in my vault and collect dust. Same thing with Python. I will probably use it again, too, and get it to 7,000 kills at some point. Revoker, same thing. That's the biggest thing. Like, I will still use the weapons regardless of the Sunset on them. It's never going to stop me from using them. That's the one key thing that Bungie did get right, is that sunsetting, well, yes, sunsetting is necessary in the eyes of Bungie, and I don't disagree with them on it, on that front specifically. Where I disagree with them is how they did it, how much they actually sunset in one go, and the fact that they didn't even try to keep one pinnacle alive. You could say, oh, but they kept, you know, the sidearm and that stuff. Those weren't pinnacles. They were rituals. They're a different thing. And they gave us a door that's a different thing. Again, it's not even that great, to be completely honest with you. It really isn't. I've used it a lot, and, like, I have 1,000 kills on it already, but, like, most of that's been in the last few days. Where it's just been kind of taking up my secondary slot so I would get typical, you know, SMG ammo for this. Because Bungie has an issue if you ran 2 primaries for some reason. Don't ask. I literally have no idea why they hate it if you use 2 primaries. Now, we will go to Europa. We'll actually go down to the Exo Stranger and then we'll run up from there. Look at that though. Here's the SMG I used last season. Here's this one. I've had this gun since Wednesday of last week. I remember because I got it on stream. Got it on stream, this version. No, it would have been Thursday then. I think. I know I got it on stream, but at that point I literally was so happy with it. Hey, it gave me the piece of armor I was hoping it would give me. And at the level I wanted it at. Sweet! Nice, thank you, Bungie. Hey, 64. Sweet. So I'm officially above, you know, last season's power cap, at least. So I've made progress forward, but slow progress. And the reason is because, again, last season I did a lot of, you know, I did all the Pinnacle gear related stuff too, minus the Nightfall stuff. And this season I haven't really done that. And the reason is because I, you know, mainly with as much as I play, I do so much in PvE. I get regular Prime Ingrams roughly every 3 runs through a Lost Sector, roughly. Well, I'll say, on average, if I run the same Lost Sector twice, I typically get 1 in the first 2 runs. Typically.
Barracks can help. Yes.
Arc damage, grenade launchers, solar, rocket launchers, pulse rifles, kinetic, energy. Let's go to the Eclipse Zone, because the first thing we're going to do here before we do anything else is we're going to go to the Eclipse Zone to do the Lost Sector so I could get the gear from that. Because every single day at Daily Reset, you go to that Lost Sector in the Eclipse Zone with one of the things that I have, and you can get a free piece of loot, guaranteed, from this season. From Beyond Light, guaranteed. And I will say that, while I'm surrounded by a minimum of a foot of snow that's outside my house right now, I still actually enjoy coming here. Although I don't enjoy it as much as if I would have owned Beyond Light from day one. Because that part of me will always have a bit of resentment towards Bungie, purely because in my mind there's so many other things they could have done to get that right. Like, perfect example, Season of the Hunt, the lower charge thing, that should have been for everybody. That activity should have been for everybody, in my opinion. Just, you know, different, you could have done different looting, you could have done, there's so many things Bungie doesn't realize they could do and make it fair for everybody and still give the benefits of the season pass. And give reason for the season pass. Because believe it or not, you want to know why I'm glad I own the season pass? It's not for the activity. It's for the extra loot. It's for the extra perks and shit that you get for owning the season pass. It ain't for the freaking weaponry or this or that. Like, I mean, let's be fair. I got duality at the same rate that I got the second bow this season. Now, granted, that was because I did play on all three of my characters. And did everything on all three of them. And had weeklies that I no longer have. So, think about that for a second. I have less weekly shit for this season because I got rid of my weekly, you know, my weekly precision shot stuff for Banshee. So they got rid of that. So, but I've been able to still get as much done in the same period of time and without doing nowhere near as much activity-wise. Like, I really haven't done that much. I mean, seriously, the number of orbs I am fucking generating is absolutely insane. It's kind of funny that I got that at one, at specifically, it's funny because I got it specifically one level higher than the one I already have. Look at that, nearly 2,000 kills already. One off 2,000 and then it's just literally passing the other one that I have. And like, that's not even been like one of my goals was to actually use this one that much to actually surpass my other, you know, SMG in that. That's just kind of sort of happened. Okay, I did switch it before. Good. And the only reason why I'm fast traveling back is because I don't need to be in that lost sector anymore for today, so I can go off and do the Vex one for the other side. Huh. Odd. It's odd that you went backwards in drivers and it fixed something. Again, that's just NVIDIA gets weird sometimes in that way, but I've not had any issues. It's actually, believe it or not, what I actually tend to do when NVIDIA puts an update out, I actually tend to wait a month. I know that's risky because they tend to put an update out almost every month. Almost every month. But I tend to wait because I know that they tend to have issues a lot of times when they first put a driver out. So, and they normally typically fix that kind of quickly if there is actually a physical issue. Typically. Now, with the game-specific issue, that's not always their fault. Not always their fault. I won't sit here and defend NVIDIA either. No. That's just not a thing I'm going to do. You know, they're a great graphics card. Expensive graphics card, needless to say. And, I mean, my dad, you know, at his work, he's got 2080s in PCs at his office. And they're literally just... the reason why he's got the 2080 is not for the reason you think. It's because of their monitoring. Their monitoring. Ugh. My dad works in alarms, so therefore his central station, because they run their own central station out of their office, needs PCs that can actually monitor several cameras. All those cameras are monitoring dealerships. Those dealerships, yeah, let's just say they've had some issues come up, but that's because of not having enough people working in their central station when they need people in there. But again, if your whole job is to sit there and monitor cameras and alarm systems, I mean, do you really want to do it? And I can understand that perspective, but if it's a job that you could do because it's essential, I mean, especially when you live in my state where my governor is a fucking bitch and a half, like, now, however, I will say that my township did plow my streets yesterday, so at least, you know, we could get out this morning. You know, so on that front, they earn points with me. But my township is not my governor. My governor is a bitch. So she's not winning that fight ever with me. I have my reasons, and politicalness is not something we're gonna discuss. Anyway, we're here to play Destiny, not talk about politics. Thank you. Like, that's just the thing that I'm gonna say now. Like, at the end of the day, you came here to watch me play Destiny, not talk about politics. Now, needless to say, I will say that this season, and I'm not the only one that says it, apparently it's actually gone around Twitter that this season is actually quite fun. But it's one of those things where this season has felt so different to last season and even seasons from a year ago, which in this case would have been Season of Dawn. Yeah. This season just feels so much more fluid. The guns are helping in a lot of ways for that. But, the guns aren't the only reason why it feels so good. I mean, it literally, this has been, so far, just through the start of this season, it's been a really solid season. And the only reason why I didn't like the hunt was purely because the activity was way too difficult for a PvE activity that's supposed to be designed for solo players. And it is. That's why I was not happy with the Season of the Hunt stuff, because it was way, way too difficult for something that's supposed to be a PvE activity. Jesus. 80,000. Small XP boost right there. Well, I can officially grab that helmet now out of there, because it's officially 2 levels up, which means it's better than the one I have already by default. So, yeah. So pulse rifles were done. Grenade launchers, Vex with arc damage, and then that Vex with arc. Fuck, I don't have. I only, literally, the only arc weapon I have is that, or the grenade launcher. That's funny. And what's the other one at? 2100, just over? Yeah, just over 2100. And I'm already at 35 kills into 2000 with that. I told you Bungie did something special this season. And right now it's becoming more and more this SMG. I mean, most people would say, oh, I'm being too critical on the weaponry, and it's just like, well, I have to be. Bungie made me this way when they gave me things like Recluse, Revoker, and Python. So, yeah. I have to be picky, because I've experienced some of the best arsenal weapons ever created. Minus Mountaintop and Not Forgotten. Those are the only 2 that I've never had the luxury of having. And to be fair, they're the only 2 that I'm very glad I didn't have. Because NF's a great hand cannon. Luna's a great hand cannon. But they both had limits that just... Primarily, the biggest limit with both of them was the fact that you had to hit head consistently to be good with them. Ace had the same problem. And while yes, I've had success with Ace's Spade all the time when I've used it in PvP, it was never going to be a gun that I was going to be able to keep sustainable in PvP for a very long time. This gun, however, proves differently. I just love the gun too much. And I mean, like, this grenade launcher here, well, yes, I still say Wendigo is better because of the perk of, you know, infinite orb grabbing, which is great, for certain things, and is why Wendigo will always have a spot in my, even with its literally sunset forever, I will always have a spot for it somewhere because of its one-of-a-kind perk. It's perk no other gun will ever have. I mean, it could now. I mean, realistically, if they don't want to bring things like Recluse back, I mean, they do have options. And part of me feels that that was the point of the whole Frenzy perk, was it was to give you something that was kind of similar to Master, but not as good as Master of Arms. And not as powerful, although if you're in long combat, it does insta-trigger, which I didn't know about. That was something I did not know. Still don't understand why they only have Rampage set to a to a 3-stack on it. When they let guns like perks like Swashbuckler go up to 5. Never understood that. But I mean, Swashbuckler is actually weaker than Rampage is, so I guess. And also with Rampage, you have the whole Rampage spec that you could equip on them and things like that. Well, I have Rampage spec. I don't know how many other people actually have it, because you could only get it through one specific source. And that source no longer exists as of right now. So, I don't know if it's actually gettable anymore. Feel bad for people in that case. If they can't get it. Because it's literally such a useful thing on certain things. Although, I don't actually have many things that actually have Rampage on them anymore. And I think that's more or less because Bungie doesn't put Rampage on a lot of weapons anymore. Purely because it's such a dated perk. Where people like me know what it is, but, you know, the newer perks that are out there, like Vorpal and, you know, Frenzy, or Substanious, they're kind of perks that are kind of better than what older perks like Rampage and that are. But Rampage and them still have their uses. Although right now, what I would give for some SMG ammo, that's the only thing that I'm starting to notice with the SMG that I'm using. That's the only thing I'm really starting to notice is I'm not getting enough what's the word I'm looking for? I'm not getting enough random weapon drops, really. Like, one of the bigger things that I've been noticing is that sub is a great role for this gun. The problem is it really isn't. And the reason is because its rate of fire versus its actual accuracy. The fact it's an SMG means that it's not that great.
Darkness has dropped another puzzle, and Aramis's soldiers are converging. Guardian, can you take care of this?
gonna die here in a second because of the freaking thing that I have no idea what I need to do for it, so yeah, that'll be great. That's the only thing I don't like about Europa, really, is that little thing there. Because it's the only thing that freaking kind of just takes me away from, you know, the game that I know. The other thing I don't like is the other big issue that I've had for a little while now with the game is the replayability factor just doesn't exist. And I hate that. Because the replayability is of story related stuff is so important in my mind to the survival of any game. Now, well, yes, the game will always have replayability because it's an open world game. Very true. The game has to have some reason outside of just seasonal content, in my mind at least, to ward me playing past just, you know, the first, like, 3 weeks of the season, which is the current problem. Because right now, if I was to start my pinnacle running and start doing all those pinnacles, bits of the stuff that I can do, I would be a lot higher in power level right now. But the fact of the matter is that's not my goal. My goal for this season is to take my time, because last season I did rush my power level goal really quickly. And I did get there awfully fast. But the biggest thing is that one was such a bigger offset. Yeah. This game has a crashing issue too on both the 3 planets I've had the issue is on the Tangled Shore, the EDZ, and Dreaming City, are where I've had the most issues here. So lately, as the start of this season. Now, some of that they could have fixed yesterday. I don't know. Truthfully, I don't know what Bungie's doing. I mean, they could be actively looking into that stuff right now as we speak. I don't fucking know. They don't tell us enough, to be completely honest. You know, even when it came to the fact that the coastline bug that I mentioned ages ago on Ubisoft's forums, the Siege forums, that bug is still there, but it happens way less. Wow. Oh, it's I know your pain. Trust me, I know your pain, because before the expansion, there were similar issues that me and Gordon both came across randomly. One of us would just randomly crash all of a sudden. Neither one of us was doing anything specific. It was like, the fuck? That game's had that, like, random crash moment thing, for quite a while. I mean, it's sort of like me in my F1 game where, you know, last week I was running Dutch. I got well over halfway through the event, and then the game decided randomly to just crash for no reason whatsoever. And I mean, I was going to race that today, but between the snow shoveling I had to do and everything else, my shoulders are just weren't into it. So that's why I came to this, where I could kind of play a little bit more laid back. And Life is Strange 2 is waiting to next week because of reasons of I won't be able to finish it this week. Each episode, if I rush them, it shouldn't take us as long, but if I do what I've been doing, which is where I've been kind of like mild rush, like I know what I have to do, but I still want to look at a lot of things, because I'm doing a second run on my other PC. I know what I have to do, but the biggest thing is I kind of want to let my mind simmer for the week, and then that way when I go back into it in, you know, a week's time, I will then be able to walk in and kind of have the image of being blind, so it will feel more like a natural playthrough. And well, yes, I do like how Life is Strange 2 went. That's all I'm going to say. I'm just going to say that because I'm not going to ruin any more than that. Even though the game's been out for a while and I know that, I'm still not going to ruin it because I'm going to play it. So and that's the thing. I completed the first two on the first, you know, the first game and the other one on stream. So I'm going to do the same with 8. Probably should actually start from episode 1 just so you kind of have the perspective again. Because, I mean, I played episode 1, what was it? October, I think, of last year. I played it at some point. But I mean, outside of me playing it this past weekend when I got the rest of the game, I've not really played it much since. And there's a lot of bits that I will say do definitely pull me in ways that really, there are, let's just say there's choices that I made in the first game that when they play out in the second one, they really hit. And that's all I'm going to say on that front. Anyway, let's just get this one bounty done so I can get the weekly challenge done for this area done. So we can move forward to the moon. Because yes, I'm going to do the 3 lost sectors on the moon like I always do. I have a normal run, and the run is the run that I'm keeping. Give me a moment. It's been a long time, and I will state that it's been a long time since I've had a kinetic SMG take so much from me. The only other one that would have done it would have been Exit. And the only reason why Exit strategy got so much use out of me is, again, that's a 900 round per minute gun. Now, granted, this is only 750 or 720 or something like that. So it's not much higher, or it's actually lower than my Exit, but this one with its perk, because its perk is such a useful perk because when you're in heavy combat like this, it increases the gun's weapon damage and other things. Although, again, Bungie, fix your fucking ammo drop, please. Like, I have 2 freaking ammo finders for fucking SMGs on this armor, and literally I still get no SMG ammo. Oh, actually I don't. Let's fix that problem. But still, that still should not be making that freaking much of a difference. Like, I mean, like, I'm literally getting no ammo half the time, and that's the only thing that I've been noticing and I've been hating every moment of. Ah, sword. And the biggest reason why sub isn't actually useful on this gun is actually because of the reserve capacity reduction. But you can see right there that there's like an old instance of Recluse for you right there. And that little bit there, like, because of the... Let me read the perk specifically. Being in combat for extended times increases damage, handling, and reload. Note, Recluse's main perk, all it did was a damage increase. It didn't do anything else. Its secondary perk of Feeding Frenzy covered the reload, but nothing ever covered the handling. This perk does all 3. Damage, handling, and reload. The comparison between this gun and Recluse is insane. Because this gun, well, yes, it's a slower rate of fire weapon. It's also more controllable than what Recluse was. And before you ask, yes, I have to compare everything to the best because of reasons of the best is what I've been spoiled with. And to get anything relatively close to that is a blessing. Actually, hold on. Highest level gear, equip. 64, 62, yep, okay. The reason is because his piece of armor will be based off of what my highest is.
Yes.
Say. Though I don't have any stuff for it to infuse it with my already existing armor, but we could change that fact. And I need to visit Banshee anyway. And put that in my vault, because that's where it's going, and it's going to stay there. Now this thing does have the ability to have 31 rounds where this doesn't. But, out of all things, I mean, it does, you know, have really good perks on it. I mean, it's one of those things where, like, I've used so many guns over the time of this game being out and over all my streaming that I'm very picky about my arsenal for several reasons.
Okay.
Because my arsenal has to be perfect.
Here you go. Deal.
And yes, I'm keeping the sniper going because of the same reasons that I've mentioned. The sniper keeps getting upgraded because of the fact that having a special weapon tends to be more consistent on giving you more ammo. Next power bonus is just around the corner now. That's good. Because I have a Ingram there. That's why I'm going to the helm. Oh, and before I forget, the helm does have the what's the word I'm looking for? Does have a weekly challenge in of itself too. The problem that Bungie needs to work out is they need to have that showing somehow. Because it's very confusing. I mean, yes, when you walk into the helm, it's obvious that there is one based on the symbol that it shows when you look at the war table from the center. See, so if I fly over here, see the icon? That's how you know there is a weekly here. But they don't make it very obvious. And because I still have that extra hammer charge, huh. Interesting perk set. But I think I will keep the one with the other method. Because it'll work out better. Although I don't have enough glimmer to be able to do the moon weeklies. So, even though okay, I will state this now. The last time I traveled to Jet Sam, it crashed. But anytime I'm in the start area, the first area, it almost never crashes. This is critical for me to mention because I don't know if it's a bug related to the Hive in some way, or if it's an issue with this season, or what. Very similar to the Dreaming City, in the way that if you use a Sparrow, if you use a Sparrow at the Tangled Shore, in Dreaming City, and the EDZ, I've had 3 specific crashes just using the Sparrow and moving from area to area. So, what I'm going to say is, basically if you want to travel in these areas, these bits of the map anyway, or these worlds, stick to, you know, walking and moving very, very slowly. For now. I don't know why these bugs are happening. Don't know the cause, don't know the reasoning. And they don't always happen. The crashes don't always happen. It's really weird. No! I'll get that Prime Ingram. Don't worry. I will get that one. That's the game saying fuck you in a weird way. But I will get that Prime Ingram. That's not supposed to happen. And if I don't get that Prime Ingram, I'm even more pissed at Bungie, because that is not something that's supposed to happen. Ever. Not that it matters, like, I get so many Ingrams anyway through my runs. Because I tend to play the game for, you know, several hours at a time. I'm just trying to make sure I have enough to get the weekly in Glimmer. 700. Oh, here. Let's just grab this thing.
What you do in other places is none of my business. But if you're gonna be here on the shore, I expect you to handle our mutual enemies.
I love how he calls them mutual enemies. But yet, they really aren't mutual enemies. Because he sits on his ass just around the corner from where I'm at. So if they were mutual, don't you think he should be fighting? Oh right, he's essentially Jabba the Hutt. That's my definition for Spider. Is that he's basically Jabba from frickin' Star Wars. Fucking lazy piece of shit who just sits around all day. Ready. To the moon! Now, I've not had any crashing issues here at the moon, luckily. I've already gotten 3,000 kills this week. That's how you know I play so much of this game and still enjoy the game to a bigger extent. Because, like, I literally think to myself, how the hell do I do that in, you know, just a couple days? How do I get 3,000 kills that quickly in a week? And those aren't bad things. But it's, you know, I enjoy what I do in the game. Anytime I'm in PvE, like, I enjoy every moment of it. If I'm in PvP, I hate everything.
The fight continues.
Now, there is a bug related
Always
to her.
Be prepared.
Right now.
The quiet here is deafening.
But
It is full of that which is unheard.
That's such a minor issue that I've noticed. That it's not even an issue I worry about too much. But the reason why I do the weeklies in these areas so isn't because of the, you know, the obvious loot. Because, well, as I said before, last season they sunset all of Shadowkeep's weapons. This season they actually removed the sunset on the armor for here, which was a good thing, but they didn't do anything with the guns, and that bugged me. Like, I didn't even really use the Shadowkeep weapons in the first place, primarily because I just didn't like any of them. And that's a fair thing. Like, that's completely fair for me to look at it that way. I just didn't like any of them. I didn't like the feel and, you know, and I'm talking early days of the season. I'm talking before I actually got Recluse that season. Which I was so glad when I finally did, but, you know, to me, I never necessarily needed Recluse in the first place. I had Exit and I had other SMGs that were already doing what Recluse was capable of. So I really didn't need Recluse, but I wanted Recluse, more or less. And I had been wanting Recluse for, you know, at that point, 2 or 3 seasons. It was 2 seasons at that point that I still wanted the gun, but I just didn't want to grind for it because PvP annoyed me. I still find it amazing that the little bit of glory stuff I did last season, I was actually able to compete, and it was actually, you know, fair fighting on both sides, which was shocking to me. Like, it wasn't over heavily used abilities, it wasn't this, or wasn't that, it was genuine, actual, like, fighting. Like, somehow Bungie found a way to make the glory side of this, or the survival side of their PvP, like, really, really balanced. But then you look at their, you know, their normal modes, and it seems like it's just chaos upon chaos, and I don't like that feeling because it just kind of, in my mind, that ruins the game when it's like that. I like a PvP where there is some chaos and controlled chaos, you know, but balanced chaos, where, you know, everybody still has a chance to do well, unlike where it is now, where, like, the, you know, even in those matches where I said I did really well, in the matches that I've done well this season in, I didn't really do that great. Most of my defeats were actually assists. And that's, well, yes, that's normal for me. That's not what I like. Like, that's, and in the survival matches I played in the previous season, most of what I got and the wins that we got, I genuinely got actual kills. Do you know how long it's been since I've had an SMG where I've actually been able to do what I just did there? Which was be super low health and not worry. It's been a long freaking time since I've had that luxury of being able to do that and feel comfortable in the fact that I was going to survive that fight. Even though, and I clearly shouldn't have. They did fix this, by the way. Which, makes me happy. Lock the line, 7. I have 83 on that, and I still am not looking forward to getting the rest of that. Get in there. I mean, inevitably, my goal, again, this is the silent goal that I've always had, at least over the last 3 seasons anyway, is I want a minimum of 20 ranks per week. I know, crazy, right? I got 23 the first week, so I got to rank 23 in the first week. So this week it would be getting all the way up to rank 46 would be the goal. How likely I am to get to that at this rate, I don't know. I mean, I'm doing everything that in my power to make sure I can do it, but it's still gonna be a stretch. Even with me playing all 3 characters in relatively quick form.
All Guardians in the sector. Sensors have picked up a warsat in a decaying orbit. It's too valuable to be left undefended. Get it home.
Don't care. I love how we still have this activity, but we don't have Rasputin in the game anymore. So what the fuck's the point of the activity, the public event of the warsat? That one doesn't make sense to me. In that way. I mean, to be fair, the bunkers still exist on the EDZ. And here, the actual doors for the bunkers, for the 7th bunkers, they still exist, but they're closed now. But they're still there. So, I mean, there is references, but I don't get why, you know, they didn't do new sort of public events for certain things. Certain things. I know that would have taken more work, but at the same time, it would have made more sense. But as Beyond Light's launch was not the greatest launch, nor was Shadowkeep's, though this season's launch was actually better. It was actually one of the best launches I've had yet. Or we've had yet since Shadowkeep, since before Shadowkeep actually. Because Opulence was pretty smooth, and even when Drifter came in, that was such a smooth transition without issue. Let me put it this way. Prior to the move to Steam, everything was smooth sailing. Okay? When we moved to Steam, that's where we ran into issues. And that's why, you know, the launch days of expansions I am going to continue to avoid, because I don't think we're ever going to get past those issues, in my honest opinion. I believe that those issues are going to, you know, continue. This season gave me hope, but the seasonal stuff, seasonal-wise, we've never actually really had an issue with change of season. Because throughout that season, a lot of the maintenance that they're doing, when you see the updates that they do, a lot of that stuff is to actually pre-prep and put stuff in and have it already pre-set up for that next season. Just how Bungie does things. With the big expansion, that becomes a little bit harder to do due to different things. that's why they have such a long down period time. Now with Ubi, it's convenient that all their maintenance for us, it's convenient for us who live in the United States. It's not convenient for those who live in Europe, truthfully. But at the same time, it's right at the start of the European day, really. So I mean, at the same time, it is actually pretty convenient for them too, because people are at work, you know, so it works out really well. And I've said for a while that that's the way games need to go. Do your maintenance overnight. Do your stuff overnight so you can work out all the things when there's the least amount of player activity. The problem with Bungie is because they're based out of California, or I should say, they're based out of the West Coast, so therefore they don't really have that same luxury. The problem becomes that if you're going to have a big maintenance day during the day, you're going to have the issue of having other issues form when those things go live, and that's why I say Ubi's actually got it right in doing night maintenance. Even though when it's day maintenance for them, it works out, because typically if you look at it, their maintenance periods for any of their games that are overnight periods typically end. The longest I've seen one go, since they've moved all their maintenance to morning and night shift stuff, the latest I've ever seen one of their newer maintenances go, or heard them go, is 5 o'clock in the morning our time. Which, if you figure they're 6 hours ahead, 5 to 6 hours ahead of us, depending on daylight savings and that stuff. When you figure that, that's, you know, you're talking noon, 1 o'clock their time. So it's right in that period of prime, like, day period that they're ending those maintenances for Europe. So it really does work. In the case of Bungie, all it would mean is that basically if they were to say, they did it pretty well with Beyond Light. They took the servers down at 10 p.m. our time, and then, or at my time anyway. They took them down at 10 p.m. and, you know, we were able to go from there. But I was able to play all the way up to that point, and then they took them down. And that was fine. Beyond Light did launch pretty, to say the least, outside the queue issues that occurred. Beyond Light did launch pretty smoothly. Pretty smoothly. The queue stuff is what hurt it, in my opinion. But what I found out was I looked at the forums on the day of this season coming out. All the maintenance was all done back end side, which means they had already put everything in through the updates. But none of it activates until that date. So all they have to do is back end pop in the code that they need to put in, and that starts the sub. It went down. The servers did go down briefly, obviously, because the game still did have to update. So the servers did have to update and everything. But outside of that, there wasn't a huge downtime period. Outside the unexpected one that came up because of a Steam-related issue. That was only PC-sided. First time I've actually heard that, a PC-sided issue, the fuck? Bungie, normally you're good to PC. Normally. So is Ubi, though. And PC players are normally good, pretty good to Ubi. Although we do tend to be the most picky to Ubi, too. Which is why they don't like us too much. But we're picky because we see things that their devs don't, and we pick up on things that their devs don't, but we see them and then we report typically. I don't always report, but it's because the things that I notice are typically things that aren't worth worrying about. Because if I complained about every bug that I saw in the Division 2, the devs would hate me forever. Because I know so many of them right off my head that literally the forum page would be, you know, 6 paragraphs long about this thing, or this gun's not registering here, or this, or this, or this, and the list goes on. Like, I literally know every issue with almost every weapon, and there's issues with shots not hitting correctly, objects that are clearly I've shot through before are no longer shot through, you can no longer shoot through them, and then the list of that just goes on and on and on and on and on. Thus why I'm an evil piece of shit. I know the issues, but yet I refuse to report them because that list is so long that there would be that point where if I wrote something that long on UB's forums, they'd offer me a fucking job, and that's not that that would be a bad thing. It's just that I'm just a really good fucking tester about things. I look at everything. So when it comes to like Bungie and when their hitboxes in PvP don't, for some reason I can fire a shot and it doesn't hit an enemy, even though my crosshair was clearly on his fucking head, that shit is irritating as all hell. And in a shooter, should never, ever, ever happen. Now, needless to say, Siege did have those problems in the early days of Siege. I do know that. But the difference is I know the pathline of Siege. And I've watched the game evolve since its launch all the way back. I never stopped following Siege. Even though when I didn't own it until the Lion and Finka came out. That's when I finally actually got it. And I still followed the game every single time. And believe it or not, it's the only E-League that I've ever actually enjoyed watching. Even if it's like old E-League stuff, it's because the game is so actually competitive, and you can watch the E-League guys really show what they're trying to do really, really clearly. It's really fun to watch. So, which is why I was so disappointed when I heard France being fucking pricks about COVID and not allowing, you know, the Invitational to go on like normal, like I was hoping it would. Don't get me wrong, I understand this, that, blah, 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 blah. But I don't care past a point anymore. Like, we've hit that point with the whole pandemic where, like, at this point, it should be over, in my mind. It should be. But our politicians just won't let it. So, although from what I've already heard, from the little bit of rumor mills that I get on F1 and that stuff, the rumors are leaning towards the fact that F1 will have full crowds for almost every event. F1's saying enough's enough. And honestly, we need to start doing that. Because if we don't, the normal side of things is going to fade so quickly. And if we don't, how many of these sports teams and different things are going to be able to survive if they're not bringing money in because of no crowds? You know? like, even when I've watched the highlights for my own hometown hockey team, I've hated it because it doesn't feel like hockey without a crowd being there. Hey! 37. I mean, hockey is my favorite sport, even though my team is, you know, being, you know, they're in the middle of a, you know, whole rebuild and everything else. When they win, it's still, you know, the one thing, every win that we get, even though we're in a rebuild, is important. Because it's what I watch of them and what I see us do that we can take with us and be able to say, hey, this is where this is an issue, or this is an issue. And through the few wins that we've gotten, I already know where the main issue is with the team right now. And it's no longer our lines, it's our freaking goaltenders. So, and I mean, that's been the one upside to having no crowds, is that you really focus on the actual play of what's going on. But that's, when you're watching from home, that is sort of the thing. When you're at the thing, it's a different sort of thing. Especially if you're sitting in our new arena, and yeah. Where I was sitting when I was in that arena, because I did get to go with a friend of mine, to the new arena, and everything. When we went and everything, where we sat, sadly, the biggest problem with our big, you know, the big center display where they show everything, the biggest issue was it was so large that it was hard not to look at that over watching the actual live play, which, in my mind, defeated the purpose of, you know, the Jumbotrons and that. But at the same time, I understood why it was like that, and I understood why we did it so large and everything else. It just, you know, didn't exactly sit right with me that I was sitting there at a hockey game and I'm still watching a giant screen over the actual play because of how big the Jumbo was. But, you know, that was the owner of our team's, you know, project. That was his thing. That arena was designed to represent the owner of our team. And it, you know, that's why it took so long to finish, because it was a big project. But everything was done specifically. And it's what made the arena so much more thing. The only thing that sucks about the arena is its actual name. That's the only thing that universally across my state they hate about the arena. Is the actual freaking name. But I mean, that's such a minor thing. I just love it. I'm doing all this, I've done all this and everything else, and I already know for a fact that what I just got there is completely fucking useless to me. Bingo. Done. Done, done, done. That is always good fun, though. To do all that. But it is tiring. It does wear you down when you're doing it so quickly and so much is what I do. Feels good to have all that done. Now we'll quickly drop by the tower because the postmaster has stuff. I do have that I need to turn in too, but I'm in no rush to do that. I mean, if I wanted to show this. Yeah, see they see how the power cap shows that? Yeah, that's because literally the only reason why that is the case is because of this gun right here. That perk there. Well, actually, no, it's because of the other gunman, its thing, but, like, it's the same thing. If I click on this, it's actually because of, Together Forever. This weapon has well-rounded adaptive grip, reliability, and sturdy. Kills with this weapon reload strum and overflow a bonus damage round into it. And thus, why it lives forever. Against what I believe it should. What's funny is this one, which is the exact same thing, doesn't get to live forever. That makes no sense to me, in my opinion. In my honest opinion, that literally makes no sense. Miss Hush so much. Even though when I didn't really use it, I still miss the damn thing now. I mean, this thing's dead at the end of this season. I mean, that's gonna become the main issue that I'm gonna have for quite a while. Because, like, Exit Tragedy, which, when we get to the tower, I'm gonna show you mine and just do a quick comparison because I think this is actually pretty close to where that one was in kills. Actually, that one may be a little bit higher. And then that will be the last thing that I show on stream for today. Whenever it decides to actually finally... Fucking hell. That took a while. I'm glad I'm not the only one that got stuck at that save loading period. Jesus Christ. It gets annoying sometimes. Told you I'd still get that Prime Ingram.
Check, check, check. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck.
Can do another 15.
What cipher is this?
Bungie, Bungie, Bungie. $62, $63, $63. So if I got a chest at 64, which I should. We'll go ahead and infuse this with that. And then we'll walk over here and we'll...
Job go all right?
3,400. So that's my last kinetic, and then this one's just under 2,000 on my SMG side. So those are the last two most recent SMGs that on my kinetic side that I have the most on. That's it. Like, that says a lot, mainly because I don't tend to use a kinetic SMG. I'm typically a secondary SMG, not a primary. And my most, right now, of all the weapons that I can actually currently use right here, right now, that's the most. Which, that will change. And I'll just leave everything on my Warlock for now. Because, yeah, just will, for now. Fucking 2 Hawkmoons. Only need 1. Jeez. I mean, that's one of the issues that is coming up, is that, like, I do have quite a few things in here, but I've actually kept it more control because of the fact that I'm not keeping a lot of armor, as you can see. But I am keeping some armor. But I'm not keeping everything. So, that'll be it for today. I do hope you enjoyed, and I will speak with you all tomorrow. And, yeah.